Close your eyes if you like. Let your ears carry you and drift. Here we are again, me and you, back in the same room. The quiet surfaces ask nothing of us. The soft edges don't hurry us. If you want, just let your hand find the quilt and let your breath find its own pace. At the window, the same page of sky, dark, still, held in its frame like a book we're allowed to leave open. Nothing needs doing tonight. The room is here. You are here. That is the whole architecture. And on this page of sky, we'll let a single word appear, lightly, then rest again. This season we move through a hallway, one door at a time, always returning to the room. The sky remains a page we can read without finishing the book. You can notice one margin note, then step back. You can hold one image, then let it settle. Tonight, we'll open a door, step into a small space, and step back out. The hallway stays lit. The room stays close. And if you drift, that's fine. I'll stay right here by the window and keep our place. You're welcome to drift at any moment, and the page will still be here when you return. Tonight, the next door in the hallway has a simple label: inflation. Inflation. Just a word for now. A gentle topic marker, not a demand for attention. We'll place it on the page of sky like a small pencil note in the margin. Something you might notice if your gaze rests there. Something you can leave alone if you prefer. It's a soft sound. A name for an idea we'll touch lightly. We're not asking you to carry it, just naming it, the way you might name a door in a hallway, before deciding whether to open it. Before we explain it, we'll keep the room steady. Here's the rhythm we'll keep. An image, then one line of meaning, then an image again. The window stays our anchor, like a lamp left on in the hallway. You can always return to it. You can always feel the quilt, the breath, the stillness of the room around the single page. We won't ask you to understand. We'll only offer a way of noticing, guided, gentle, without urgency. Now we can offer a definition, small enough to hold in one breath. The arc of this episode is simple. We'll give a definition first, then we'll say why people cared, not as alarm, just as curiosity. Then we'll mention how it's tested, like checking a margin note against the page. And we'll return to the room between each door. The path isn't linear. You're allowed to drift. If your mind wanders to the texture of the quilt or the feeling of breath, that's not a departure, that's part of the listening. So let's open the next door gently and keep the hallway lights soft. You are here. The room is held. The window frames its single page of sky, and nothing urgent is happening inside this frame. The quilt is the same weight it was. Your breath is the same rhythm. The room knows how to stay still while you listen. With the room held steady, we can define inflation in one calm sentence. Inflation is an early, stretching idea. A brief, early expansion in the universe's first moments that helps organize what we see on the page of sky. That's the sentence. Now we return to the window. The page is still there, dark and patient. The definition sits on it like a small notation, something we can glance at, then let rest. We don't need to elaborate. We only needed to name it once. And as soon as the word lands, we soften it further. It isn't one locked tale. Inflation is a framework, not a single story, but a family of related models. Think of it as a hallway with many doors that share a similar floor plan. The doors differ in details, but the structure of the hallway itself offers a way to think about what we observe. This isn't confusion, it's flexibility. The framework holds space for variation, and that space is calm. You don't have to choose a door tonight. You're only walking the hallway. If it's a hallway, then the next gentle question is, why did anyone walk into it? A framework is a quiet promise. It says, here is a way to connect an idea to checks we can perform without claiming the last word. It offers structure for asking whether the page of sky matches what the framework suggests, and it stays open to revision. This is how science stays careful, not by insisting, but by offering a path and listening to what the page says back. So we'll ask what it was trying to make sense of. Soft curiosities on the page of sky. The word motivations here means curiosities, small mismatches between what we might expect and what the page of sky seems to show. Not problems, not crises, just gentle invitations to wonder whether a framework might help the page make a different kind of sense. These curiosities are like noticing that a room's corners don't quite meet the way you thought they would. You're not alarmed, you're simply noticing. We'll take the first curiosity like a quiet corner of the room, one curiosity at a time. After each, we return to the room. You don't have to hold them all at once. The page will still be there. The hallway will still be lit. You are not required to assemble a picture tonight. We'll touch one, let it settle, then touch the next. First, a horizon-sized question, held as lightly as a breath. There are 3 curiosities we'll visit. Each one is a calm observation along the hallway, something people noticed on the page of sky, something the inflation framework offers a way to think about. We won't list them now. We'll just promise gentle steps and returns, and the same soft light in the hallway. Let's start with the first curiosity and keep our hand on the doorframe. Back to the room, the window, the page of sky. These curiosities we're about to name are gentle questions. Questions we can set down at any moment. Questions that don't need answers tonight. They're observations, held lightly, like a line you can notice in the margin. Then let your eyes return to the window. We're not building a mystery. We're simply noticing. The first curiosity is about what parts of the sky seem to match each other. When we look at distant regions of the sky, regions that seem too far apart to have ever spoken to each other, they appear remarkably similar in temperature and texture. This is sometimes called the horizon curiosity. How did these distant patches come to look so alike? That's the question. We'll leave it there, like a note in the margin. The window holds the page holds the question. You hold nothing but your breath. If that's one corner of the page, the next curiosity is about how even the page feels. The universe, on the largest scales we can measure, appears nearly flat, like a floor that doesn't curve noticeably under your feet. This is the flatness curiosity. Why does the geometry of space feel so level, so close to what we might call even? Think of it like the calm surface of a room's floor, steady and undemanding. We're not explaining it yet. We're only naming the observation, then returning to the texture of the room. floor, quilt. And then there's a third curiosity. Small patterns on the page that later become structure. On the skies page, there are faint variations, tiny differences in temperature and density. These are sometimes called seeds, small beginnings that, over time, grow into galaxies and clusters, into the structure the universe eventually shows. We're keeping it soft. These are beginnings, not spectacles. They're like the first pencil marks on a sketch, barely there, but able to guide what comes later. Now we can say what inflation offers. A single hallway that can connect these curiosities. Inflation, as a framework, offers a way to make these curiosities feel less surprising. It suggests a path through which the early universe might have arrived at the features we observe, without insisting this is the only path, without claiming certainty. It's a hallway we can walk through, gently, to see whether the doors it offers lead to places that match the page of sky. Once we have the hallway, the next question is, what kind of door could lead there? To describe inflation's mechanism, we'll introduce a placeholder idea, something that stands in the doorway, labeled clearly as provisional. We're not claiming to know the figure's true name. We're only saying, if such a thing were there, here's what it might allow. The word placeholder lowers the stakes. It says, this is a working label, not a final answer. Let's step into that doorway carefully, with the room still behind us. We've named 3 curiosities and 1 hallway. That's enough for tonight. The room is still here. The quilt still has the same weight. Your breath still moves at the same rhythm. Nothing has been demanded of you. The page of sky remains a single page, unfinished, patient. Back to the room, back to the window. One term at a time. We'll define it once, softly, then return to the imagery of the hallway, the page, the stillness. This is the segment where we name the mechanism. We'll move slower than usual. We'll keep the room close. The first term is just a name for a placeholder. Inflaton. The inflaton is a placeholder within the inflation framework, a hypothetical driver, not something we've directly observed, but something the framework names to organize the idea of rapid early expansion. Think of it as an unnamed figure opening a door in the hallway. We can describe what the door leads to without claiming to know the figure's true identity. This is a placeholder. That word appears twice in tone because it matters. We're not presenting a character. We're offering a label for a role. If that placeholder helps the hallway make sense, we also need a gentle way back to the room we recognize. Reheating is the soft transition, the way the framework describes the universe moving from the inflationary phase back into the more familiar contents, particles, radiation, warmth. Think of it like warmth returning to a room after a window is briefly opened to the cold. It's not a spectacle. It's a handoff, gentle and domestic, from one state to another. And because it's a framework, the question becomes, how do we check any of this? The word tests here means gentle, slow checks. Patterns we can look for on the skies page. Constraints we can write in the margins. Not conclusions we force, not proofs we demand. Just careful listening to see whether the page matches what the framework suggests. The checks take time. They require patience. They're written lightly, and they can be revised. Those checks lead naturally to to what we can measure on the sky's page. The inflatan, the reheating, these are parts of a story we hold lightly. The framework proposes them, but the page of sky gets the final vote. If the page suggests something different, the framework adjusts or steps aside. Uncertainty here is normal. It's calm. It's how careful thinking works. So next, we'll walk to the evidence door, where the hallway meets the page. We're moving from mechanism to measurement now, one quiet imprint at a time. The room will stay close. The window will stay in view. You are not required to hold all the pieces at once. We'll open the evidence door slowly and read what the page of sky is willing to show. Room, window, page of sky. Evidence in this context means constraints, gentle limits on what the framework can propose based on what the page actually shows. We're listening the way you'd listen to a friend in the dark, patiently, without pushing, without interrupts. The page of sky here is the cosmic microwave background, the earliest light we can observe, carrying statistical fingerprints that guide what models feel plausible. It's the oldest readable surface, like the first page in a very long book. The first margin note we'll touch is a single symbol, N sub S. The scalar spectral index, N sub S, is a way of describing how the patterns on the page of sky lean, whether the small-scale variations are slightly stronger or weaker than the large-scale ones. It's a single number that summarizes a tilt, and the measured value helps narrow which inflation models feel consistent with what we observe. One line, that's the definition. Now back to the window, where the page rests without demanding anything further. From that one symbol, we shift to a gentler question about how random the page looks. Gaussianity. Limits describe how the texture on the page of sky is checked for certain kinds of statistical simplicity. If the variations were perfectly random in a specific mathematical way, we'd call them Gaussian. The limits tell us how close the observed patterns come to that kind of randomness, and whether there are subtle departures. Think of it like checking whether a fabric's weave is smooth or slightly irregular. Not a judgment, just a description. And then, one more imprint people listen for, quietly and with patience. B modes are a particular pattern in the polarization of light on the page of sky, a kind of twist that certain inflation models predict. They have not yet been detected. This simply means the page is still being read, and the instrument is still resting against the surface, listening. Not yet is normal time. It's not disappointment. It's the rhythm of patient observation. To keep reading that page, people build instruments that listen in very steady ways. The Simons Observatory is one of those listeners, a ground-based set of telescopes designed for ongoing, careful observation of the cosmic microwave background. Think of it as the hallway's steady light through the night, steady and reliable, collecting data without rushing to conclusions. Operations continue. Listening continues. The page is read slowly. Another listener is space-based, designed for a different kind of quiet. Lightbird is a planned space mission, currently in preparation, designed to measure polarization patterns on the page of sky with particular care. It's a note tucked into the margin for later, a future reading of the page, held as a calm milestone rather than a race toward discovery. Someday, not urgently. The page will still be there, and as instruments change, the roadmap changes too, without urgency. After CMB, S4 could not move forward as a project. The roadmap for some large-scale observational efforts shifted. A shift, not a crisis. A pause, not an ending. All of this sits inside a bigger idea. Inflation isn't one room. It's a landscape of rooms. The inflation framework contains many variations, different models, different parameters, different predictions. This is sometimes called the landscape, a wide space of possibilities, with the page of sky used to narrow what feels plausible. It's not a single room. It's a hallway with many doors, and the page helps us see which doors might open into a story that matches what we observe. Many doors, same hallway. The architecture stays flexible, and at the frontier, there's even a gentle debate about which doors really belong in the building. Swampland is a term from ongoing theoretical discussions, a debate about which kinds of frameworks might be allowed or disallowed by deeper principles. It's a scholarly conversation, slow and careful, about the boundaries of what models can propose. We're not taking sides. We're only naming the debate, then stepping back into the room where the page of sky rests without asking you to join the argument. With those frontier notes placed, we can step back into the season's larger hallway, back to the room, fully back, the quilt under your hand, your breath moving softly, the window holding its single page of sky. Inflation, in this episode, is a framework we visited, not a verdict we carry. It's a hallway we walked through, a set of doors we named, and now we can step back into the room and let it rest. In the season's hallway, this framework is one doorway among others. Inflation connects earlier questions we touched in other episodes, to later stories we'll tell about structure, about galaxies, about how the universe came to look the way it does. But tonight, we only rest beside the connection. We don't need to walk the whole hallway. Later is permission, not suspense. The hallway will still be here, and we can remember. What keeps it honest are the slow checks on the page of sky. The scalar spectral index, N sub S, is one of those checks, a single symbol in the margin, holding the framework accountable to what the page actually shows. We're not redefining it. We're only touching it lightly, like a familiar object on a shelf, and then returning immediately to the view from the window. At the frontier, listening continues, patiently, without demanding anything of you. The Simons Observatory keeps its steady watch, like the soft light we left on in the hallway. No drama, no urgency, just careful, ongoing observation of the cosmic, microwave background's patterns. The listening is warm and quiet. It asks nothing of you tonight, and another hook sits further out, like a note tucked into the margin for later. Light bird waits in the planning stages, a future mission, a someday reading of the page. Not an event to anticipate with urgency, just a gentle reference point, placed calmly in time. The page will be there when the mission arrives. The room will be here when you wake. Even the roadmap can shift, and the room remains the same. The roadmap shift after CMB, S4, is a calm example of how science replans, how one door in the hallway closes while others remain open without shaking the building. Priorities change, resources move, the care continues. This is continuity, not disruption. The hallway adapts, the room stays still, and because inflation is a landscape, not a single room, debates can exist without shaking the building. Swampland, a debate about boundaries, about what frameworks might be theoretically allowed. One line, that's enough. The conversation continues elsewhere, scholarly and slow, and you are not required to enter it. The page of sky dissolves back into the window's frame, patient and undemanding, which means tonight you are not required to choose a door. We close the hallway door. We stay in the room. The sky remains a single page, unfinished, unforced, and enough. The quilt has the same weight. Your breath has the same rhythm. The window holds the same frame. You are here. The room is here. Nothing is asking anything of you, and we'll simply rest here. I'll keep the hallway light low. You just keep resting here on this one page of sky. Close your eyes if you like. Let your ears carry you and drift. So here we are. The day is done, whatever it held, however it went. And now the lights are low, or maybe off completely. You're lying down. Maybe you've already pulled the covers up, or maybe they're still folded at your feet. Your headphones are in, or the speakers playing softly nearby. And for the next little while, it's just you and me here, under this one particular night. I don't know exactly where you are, what city, what room, what part of the world, but I know it's nighttime for you, and that's enough. This one night, the same one I'm thinking about as I talk to you now, we're going to spend a little time together, gently looking up and out, and noticing a few quiet things about the sky above and the ground below. There's nothing you have to do, just some things to notice, if you'd like. Let's start close. Right where you are, there's a pillow under your head. You can feel its weight pressing back, shaped gently around you. Your shoulders are resting on the mattress or the couch, with a soft, steady pressure holding you there. If there's a blanket over, you notice how it follows the outline of your body, your shoulder, your hip, your feet, like it knows where you end and the room begins. And the room itself has its own quiet sounds, doesn't it? Maybe there's a fridge humming a few rooms away, or the soft rush of distant traffic, like a slow river. A clock ticking, a breeze brushing against the window. Or maybe it's so quiet you can hear almost nothing at all. Just the gentle sound of your own breathing, or the fabric of the pillowcase against your ear. These are the sounds of a room at rest. Nothing sharp, nothing urgent, just the low, familiar hum of a space holding you safely, while the world keeps turning outside. Now let your attention drift toward the window, if there's one you can picture from where you're lying. Maybe it's completely dark outside. Maybe there's a glow from a street lamp, or a neighbor's porch light, or the soft wash of a cloudy sky. If the glass is close enough, you might even see a faint reflection, your own face, or the outline of the room behind you, hovering there, like a second image printed over the dark. picture too. That's something I'd like you to notice gently. You lying there in your room, and the night outside, and both of them held together in the same frame. The glass of the window has a soft boundary between the two. You're not separate from what's out there. You're part of the scene. The night includes you, and what's outside that window depends on where you are, of course. Maybe you're in a city with orange streetlights and a sky that glows pale. You might only see 1 or 2 stars, bright ones that manage to push through all that light. Or maybe you're in a suburb where the sky's a little darker. If you look up, you might find a patch of black with a few scattered points. Steady, patient, or maybe you're somewhere quieter, countryside or coast, or just far from the main roads, and the sky is full, thick with stars. Hundreds, maybe thousands, scattered like sand across black cloth. Wherever you are, whatever you can or can't see, it's still the same night sky above us, the same wide ceiling stretched quietly overhead, the same one above your street, above the next city, above the far edge of the continent, and all the way to where the sun is rising on someone else's morning. One sky. And tonight, you and I are both under it. There's something else happening right now, so steady, so constant, you probably stopped noticing it long ago. The earth is holding you, not trapping you, just holding you, gently, quietly, with a pull so soft and sure that you don't even have to think about it. It's been there all day, while you walked, sat, moved through whatever the day asked of you. And now, as you lie here, it's still there, like a steady hand on your shoulder, a quiet tether, so you don't drift away. That pull is gravity, the planet's way of saying, I've got you. It's beneath your back, beneath your head, beneath your feet. A soft, constant hug from below, and it'll keep holding you all night long while you rest. Even if you can't see the stars clearly from where you are, they're still touching you. Look at the walls of your room. If there's any light at all coming through the window, you'll see it, faint, like thin grey milk brushed across the plaster, or like a coat of pale paint that wasn't there earlier today. That's starlight, light from suns so far away that by the time it reaches your room, it's cool and soft and almost ghostly. Each of those points of light, each star you can see or imagine or sense, is a sun. Some are like ours, some are pairs or trios, circling each other in slow dances, and some aren't stars at all, but entire galaxies, millions of stars, packed so far away they appear as one faint smudge. All that light, crossing all that distance, just to brush the walls of your room tonight. I know you probably brought a lot into bed with you tonight. The weight of the day, whatever shape it took, that's allowed. You don't have to push it away or fix it right now. It can just rest somewhere nearby for a while. Those things are real. They matter. But here's something to notice. They're close. They're low. They're down here with you, in this room, in this little pocket of space where the day is slowly cooling and going quiet. And above you, above all that, is something else, a ceiling of quiet night. The same sky that's been there long before you were born, and will still be there long after tonight ends. These stars aren't in a rush. They don't need anything from you. They're just keeping watch, distant and patient, like soft lights left on in windows across a sleeping neighborhood. Soon, we'll drift a little closer to some of those lights, the nearby ones, stars close enough, well, close in cosmic terms, that we might almost think of them as neighbors, our little corner of the sky. But for now, just this. You're lying here under this one night, and the sky is holding space for you. It's a big sky. And tonight, there's room in it for your tired mind. We'll stay right here for a moment, and let that be enough. So we have this ceiling, this quiet canopy of stars stretched out above you, wherever you are. Let's narrow our view a little. Not because the whole sky isn't beautiful, but because sometimes it helps to pick just one thing and stay with it for a while. Imagine choosing one point of light up there. Maybe you can see it through your window right now. One steady dot among the rest. Or maybe the sky is cloudy tonight, or glowing too brightly from the city, and you have to picture it instead. Either way is fine, just one point, one small, patient light in the dark. That's all we need for now. One star. Here's the thing about that point of light you're looking at, or imagining. It's not just a decoration, not a hole poked through black paper, not a painted sparkle on a ceiling. It's a sun. Every one of those points, every star you can see with the naked eye on a clear night, is a sun like ours. Some smaller and cooler, some larger and hotter, but all of them are doing the same basic work, burning through their fuel, pouring out light and warmth into the space around them. Steady and patient. Think of them like porch lights along a very quiet street. Each house far from the next, but at night you can see their lights glowing in the distance. Yellow, white, sometimes a little blue or orange. They're not shouting, they're just on, keeping watch, marking their place in the dark. That's what the stars are. Porch lights, scattered along a road so long it's easier to picture than to measure. Now, one of those porch lights is ours. You already know it, of course. You've been living under its glow your whole life. The sun. Right now, it's resting somewhere below your horizon. It lit your morning, warmed your afternoon, and then quietly rolled out of view as the... So let's think about that street for a moment, our little corner of the neighborhood. The sun isn't alone out here. It has neighbors, other stars scattered at different distances. Some are closer, some a little farther. If you picture space as a long dark road at night, these stars are like houses spaced out along it, far enough apart that you'd never confuse one for the next, but close enough that if you looked out your window, you'd see their lights glowing faintly in the distance. This is what we might call our local Stellar Street. A small stretch of space, like a long, quiet road at night, where a handful of stars keep quiet company with each other. Not crowded, not lonely. Just spaced out in a way that feels tidy, peaceful. You live here, on one small planet, circling one ordinary star, in this one small stretch of a much larger city, and the space between those porch lights. The dark stretches between one star and the next. That space is vast, enormous really. It's a gentle kind of spaciousness, like a very big, very quiet room at night. It's just space. Calm, tidy, empty in the way a quiet room is empty at night, present but not pressing. The stars are far enough apart that they never bump into each other. They don't crowd. They keep a respectful distance, like neighbors who wave from their porches but don't need to shout across the yard. And in all that spaciousness, there's a kind of order, a kind of stillness. The houses stand where they stand. The lights glow where they glow. And the dark between them is just the dark, wide, soft, patient. Nothing here is in a hurry. So here you are, lying in your room, under your blanket, with your head on your pillow. And here's what I want you to picture, just for a moment. You're living in one house on this stellar street, one small, warm house, your planet, circling your star, and all around you, scattered across the quiet dark, are other houses, other suns, other points of light, keeping their own steady watch. You're not at the center of the street. You're not at the end of it either. You're just somewhere in the middle, one house among others, not alone, not crowded, just quietly held in a neighborhood that stretches farther than you can see. And that neighborhood, that street you're on, it's part of something even larger, a city of stars, hundreds of billions of them, stretching in every direction, turning slowly through the dark, like a great, calm wheel. In a little while, we'll take a slow walk, a bit farther out. We'll talk about that city and the shape it makes, and where we fit inside it. But for now, just rest here. One house, one street, one shared night sky, stretched over all of us. The porch lights are on. The neighbors are distant but steady. And the night is wide enough to hold it all. So we've been walking along this stellar street for a little while now, you and me, noticing the porch lights, the nearby stars scattered along our quiet road, each one keeping its calm distance from the next. But let's lift our view just a little. Imagine rising up slowly, the way you might look down at your neighborhood from a hillside at dusk. From up here, you start to see that your street isn't alone. It's part of something larger. The lights don't just run in one direction. They spread out in clusters and lanes, forming patterns you couldn't see from ground level. Your street, our stellar street, belongs to a city, a huge, quiet city of lights, stretching in every direction. And tonight, we're going to spend a little time noticing the shape of that city and where we fit inside it. That city has a name. You've probably heard it before, maybe even seen it on a clear night far from town. The Milky Way. It's a galaxy, a vast collection of stars held together by gravity, all slowly turning around a shared center. Hundreds of billions of them. If you could see them all at once from far away, they'd look like a great spiral of light, like cream stirred into coffee or a glowing pinwheel. But you can't see it from far away, because you're inside it. We all are. We live in this city of stars the way you might live in an actual city on Earth, surrounded by lights, part of the pattern, but too close to see the whole shape at once. Think of it like this. If you've ever flown over a city at night or looked down from a tall building, You know that feeling of seeing thousands of lights below, streets and clusters and little districts, all connected, all part of one glowing whole. That's the Milky Way, a city of stars, orderly, calm, enormous, yes, but not chaotic, just quietly organized the way cities are, with older districts and newer ones, brighter centers and softer edges. And you live here, in one small house, on one quiet street, in one calm neighborhood of this city. If you've ever been somewhere dark enough, far from streetlights, far from towns, you might have seen the Milky Way stretched across the sky, a pale, hazy band of light, like a river running overhead, soft and milky, the way a little spilled cream might look on a dark surface. Some people call it a river, some call it a road. In old myths, it was a path the gods walked, or a bridge between worlds. Really, it's just the combined glow of millions and millions of stars, all lined up along the flat disk of our galaxy. When you look at that band, you're seeing edge on through the thickest part of the city, like standing in the middle of a wide avenue and looking down its length, where all the lights blur into one soft glow. But maybe you've never seen it. Maybe you live somewhere the sky's too bright or too hazy, and the Milky Way gets washed out. That's okay. It's still there. The city is still there, even when you can't see its outline. You're still living inside it. The lights are still on all around you, even if your local glow makes them harder to pick out. Either way, seen or unseen, you're part of this same quiet city tonight. So where exactly do we live in this city? Not in the downtown core, where things are bright and crowded and full of energy. And not way out at the very edges, where the lights grow sparse and the sky feels very wide and still. We're somewhere in between. Think of it like a calm residential ring, a leafy neighborhood a little way out from the center. The kind of place where the lights are softer, where there's room to breathe, where people live their lives without too much noise or rush, not isolated, not packed tight, just comfortably spaced. Astronomers call our region the Orion Spur, a small branch off one of the galaxy's main spiral arms. But you don't need to remember the name. Just picture it, a quiet district in a much larger city, a place where stars are born and live out long, steady lives, a place where planets can form and cool and settle into orbits that last for billions of years. A safe place, an ordinary place, a good place to call home. Here's another way to think about it. If the city metaphor feels too big or too cold, imagine the galaxy as a house, a huge, quiet house with many rooms and many long, softly lit corridors. Some rooms are grand and bright. Those are the crowded star clusters near the center. Some are smaller, dimmer, more tucked away. And some are just ordinary, comfortable, lived in. Our neighborhood. It's one of those comfortable corridors, one hallway in a much larger house, and our Stena Street, the one we were walking along a few minutes ago, is just one stretch of that hallway, with a few doors opening onto quiet rooms, where stars keep their steady watch. And your room, the one you're lying in right now, with the pillow under your head, and the blanket over your body. That's just one small room in this enormous house. One place where a single light is on tonight. One window where someone is looking out, noticing the other lights, wondering quietly about the shape of the place they live in. You're inside this house, deep inside it, held by it. And here's something else. This city, this house, this whole structure of stars, it's turning, not quickly, not in any way you'd ever feel, but slowly, steadily, like a great wheel spinning in the dark, like a carousel that takes hundreds of millions of years to complete one full rotation. The last time our sun was in this exact spot in the galaxy, the last time we came all the way around this slow wheel, dinosaurs had only just started walking the earth. That's how long one turn takes. Longer than mountains, longer than oceans, longer than any human story we've ever told. It's turning right now as you lie there. The whole city drifting slowly through space, carrying you with it. But you don't feel it. You never will. It's too big, too slow, too steady. Like riding on the surface of the earth itself. You know it's spinning, you know it's moving, but your body feels perfectly still, and that's what I want you to notice tonight. On the scale of a human life, this city barely moves at all. Across your whole lifetime, your childhood, your years of work, your old age, the Milky Way will shift its angle by only the tiniest fraction. The stars will stay almost where they are. The constellations your great-great-grandparents saw are the same ones you see now. And they'll be nearly the same for your great-great-grandchildren. Nothing here is asking you to hurry. Nothing is rushing. It's all just continuing its slow, patient drift through the dark, the way it has for billions of years, and will for billions more. Tonight, you can let yourself match that pace, slow, steady, held by something so much larger, so much calmer than anything the day brought with it. So let's come back down now, back through the layers, from the galaxy, the great turning wheel of stars, down to our neighborhood, our calm residential ring at the edge of the disk. From the neighborhood to our street, with its scattered porch lights keeping quiet company. From the street to this one house, this one planet, circling one ordinary sun, and from the house to this one room where you're lying right now, near a window, under a blanket, with your head on a pillow, inside this slowly turning city of stars, in one quiet district far from the center, there is this single window, this one night, where you are resting. The city is above you. The city is around you. The city is holding you. The way a house holds a single lit room on a quiet evening. And there's more to explore, if you'd like. More neighborhoods, more streets, more lights in the distance, but not tonight. Not right now. For now, just rest here. One room, one window, one night sky stretched over this one turning city we call home. So we've been noticing this city we live in, this huge, quiet city of stars, the Milky Way, turning slowly through the dark like a great wheel, with our stellar street and our little room tucked safely inside it. But here's something I want to show you, gently. Even this whole city, vast as it is, isn't alone out here. If you could step back far enough, if you could somehow lift yourself up and look around from a great distance, you'd see that our city of stars is part of a small neighborhood, a handful of other galaxy towns scattered across the surrounding dark, like a few quiet communities sharing the same valley at night. We're not the only lights out here. We're just one town among a few others, all keeping calm company in this one corner of space. Think of it like this. Imagine you're standing on a hillside at night, looking down into a wide valley. And in that valley, spread across the darkness, you can see the lights of a few small towns. Not dozens, not hundreds, just a handful, 3, 4, maybe a dozen at most. Each one a soft cluster of lights with long stretches of dark. Countryside between them. That's what our little corner of the universe looks like. A small family of galaxies. Each galaxy is one of those towns, a city of stars, millions or billions of suns gathered together, glowing quietly in the night, and between them, just open space. Dark fields, calm, empty distance. Astronomers call this small family the local group. But you don't need to remember that. Just picture a valley, a few towns, long, peaceful roads between them, nothing crowded, nothing rushed. Just a handful of galaxy neighbors sharing the same quiet region of space. One of those neighboring towns, one of those other galaxies, is big enough that you can actually see it from Earth, if you know where to look and the sky is dark enough. It's called Andromeda, a sister city of stars. From here, it looks like almost nothing, just a faint, smudgy thumbprint of light in the night sky, barely visible even on the clearest nights. But that smudge is another entire city, another spiral of hundreds of billions of suns, each one burning steadily, each one with its own little region of space around it. Another vast turning wheel, much like ours, sitting across the valley from us. And if you lived on a planet in that galaxy, looking back toward us, the Milky Way would appear the same way. A distant, hazy patch of light, two sister cities far apart, quietly aware of each other across the dark. And here's something gentle to notice. Those two cities, our Milky Way and its sister Andromeda, are drifting toward each other. Not quickly, not in any way that matters to you, or me, or anyone alive today, or anyone who'll be alive for millions and millions of years to come, but slowly, patiently, over time scales so long they make human history feel like a single breath. It's a dance, a slow drift through space, like two partners moving toward each other across a very wide, very quiet dance floor. They're taking their time. Hundreds of millions of years, billions even. By the time they ever come close, the universe will be in a completely different chapter, so far beyond any human timescale that it belongs to a chapter we can't even imagine yet. So tonight, as you lie there, you don't need to worry about it. It's just a background emotion, a deep time drift. The galaxies are doing their slow work, and it has nothing to do with your tomorrow, or your next year, or your whole life. It's just something that's happening very gently in the enormous background of time. And around our main city, scattered near the edges like small villages on the outskirts of town, there are a few smaller companions, little clusters of stars, clouds of light. Some of them barely qualify as galaxies at all. They're more like neighborhoods that never quite grew into towns. Just a few 100,000 stars, or a few million, gathered together in loose, quiet groups. You can think of them like lanterns hung near the edge of our city, little lights keeping watch, companions in their own way, even though they're much smaller and dimmer than the main galaxy they orbit around. They're there, quiet, patient, part of the family. Now let's think about the spaces between these galaxy towns, the long stretches of dark that separate one city from the next. That darkness isn't a wall or a trap. It's simply open, like countryside at night, wide fields stretching between one small town and the next, where the only lights are scattered farmhouses miles apart, and the sky overhead is enormous and calm. Or think of it like ocean, islands of light, our galaxy, Andromeda, the smaller companions, resting in a vast, quiet sea. The water between them is just wide, gentle space, room to drift. That's what intergalactic space is. Open distance, calm, patient, unhurried. The kind of space that lets each galaxy town have its own breathing room, its own slow turning, without bumping into anyone else. So let's walk back now, back down through the layers, the way we've done before. From this small valley of galaxy towns, our local group, our little family of lights, back to the Milky Way, the city we live in. From the city back to our quiet residential district, the leafy neighborhood where our son keeps house. From the neighborhood back to our stellar street, with its scattered porch lights and calm, spacious distances. From the street back to this one house, Earth circling the sun, and from the house back to this one room. The room where you're lying right now. The pillow under your head. The blanket over your body. The window nearby, with its faint glow of starlight touching the walls. All of that, the valley, the city, the street, the house, the room, nested together, held together, you at the very center of it, resting. So here's the picture I want to leave with you tonight, as gently as I can. You're resting in one quiet room, in one house, on one street of stars, in one city of suns turning slowly, within a small family of galaxies, drifting together through a wide, calm valley of dark. It's all moving. The galaxies are moving. The stars are moving. The earth is moving, but it's all so slow, so steady, so patient that you never feel it. You never have to think about it. It's just the background hum of the cosmos doing its work, carrying you along, and none of it. Not the galaxies, not the stars, not the slow turning of the Milky Way. None of it is asking anything of you tonight. You don't have to understand it all. You don't have to hold it in your mind. You don't have to do anything at all. You're just here. One small room, one window, one night, held by all of this. The way a single lit room is held by a quiet house on a calm evening. And the family of lights overhead, they'll keep drifting. They'll keep glowing. They'll be there tomorrow and the day after. And long after that, tonight you can just rest. So let's walk back down one more time, all the way down from that small family of galaxy towns, our quiet valley in the dark, back to our Milky Way, the city we live in, from the city to our calm residential ring, far from the crowded center, from the ring to our stellar street, with its scattered porch lights, each keeping its patient distance, and from the street to our own lamp, the sun, one ordinary star among many, glowing steadily through the day, and resting now somewhere below your horizon. And under that lamp, one small patch of ground, one blue world turning gently in the dark, Earth. This is where we've been all along, of course. But now, after walking through all those layers, the street, the city, the valley of galaxies, we can see it a little differently as one small sheltered place in a very wide garden. Think of it like this. Earth is a nighttime garden beneath our star, a little island of land and air and water, floating in a wide, calm sea of space. If you could look down at it from above right now, the way astronauts do, the way satellites see it, you'd notice oceans like dark ponds stretching across most of the surface, continents like beds of soil scattered in between, and here and there, tiny clusters of lights, cities glowing softly in the dark, like lanterns hung among the leaves of a garden at night. Somewhere in one of those clusters, maybe visible from space, maybe too small to see, is the light from your window, one small glow, one lamp in the garden, the place where you're resting tonight. And over this whole garden, there's a roof, a very thin one. The atmosphere, a transparent layer of air wrapped around the planet like a tent pitched over the soil. It's only a few dozen miles thick, nothing really compared to the size of Earth itself. But it does quiet, important work. It lets most of the starlight through so you can see the night sky, but it softens the harshness, the sharp edges of radiation, the sudden swings between blazing heat and cosmic cold. It wraps everything, the oceans, the land, the cities, your room, in a blanket of breathable air. And it's working right now as you lie there, the air beside your face. That's part of this thin roof. It arrived at your pillow without you asking. It's waiting there, patient and gentle, ready for your next breath. There's something else the garden does, quietly, in the background. The oceans and the clouds act as slow buffers. Big, patient reservoirs that soak up heat from the sun during the day and release it slowly through the night. So the ground doesn't snap from blazing hot to freezing cold the moment the sun dips below the horizon. So the air around you stays steady, mild, breathable. Right now, somewhere, maybe near you, maybe on the far side of the world, water is still doing that work, trading warmth back and forth, smoothing out the extremes, making sure that when you lie down tonight, the temperature in your room isn't too hot, isn't too cold, just soft, just right. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to manage it. It's just happening. The way it's been happening for as long as there have been oceans and air and a star to warm them. And under all of that, under the air, under the oceans, under the continents, there's the ground itself. Solid, steady, holding everything in place. The planet's mass, quietly pulling you down, not trapping you, just keeping you here. Keeping your bed on the floor, your house on the ground, your city on the surface, so you never have to worry about drifting off into the dark. Think of the earth as a wide, curved bowl, a garden bowl, with your bed resting in one small, safe hollow on its surface. You're nested there, cradled, the weight of the mattress beneath you, the gentle tug of gravity holding you down. Those aren't accidents. They're the planet doing what it does, holding its garden together, so everything inside it can rest. Now, let's notice something by contrast. Out there, on the surface of a star, any star, it's fiercely hot. Thousands of degrees, tens of thousands even, and in the deep space between stars, it's fiercely cold, so cold that almost nothing moves. But here, in your room, the air is just the temperature of blanket and skin. Warm enough, cool enough, exactly between the extremes. Out there, in most of space, there's almost no air at all. Just a few stray atoms drifting in the emptiness. But here, the air is already waiting beside your face, arriving at your nose, your mouth, without you needing to ask for it, filling your lungs easily, softly, with every quiet breath. And tonight, you are here, in this softer middle, this small sheltered patch of the garden where the temperature is gentle, the air is present, and the ground is holding you steady. Let's notice a few small things, just for a moment. Maybe you have a hand outside the blanket right now. Notice how it feels, exactly between too cold and too hot. Not freezing, not sweating, just resting there at the temperature of the room, which is the temperature the whole planetary garden has settled into tonight. Notice how the mattress, the pillow, and gravity work together to form a kind of cradle under your body. You're not floating. You're not sinking. You're just held exactly the right amount of pressure, exactly the right amount of support. Notice how each breath arrives easily, without effort. The air comes to you. The garden provides it. All you have to do is let it in. These tiny sensations, the warmth of your hand, the weight of your head, the quiet rhythm of your breathing, they're all possible because of the work this little island world is doing in the background. The atmosphere, the oceans, the gravity, the slow turning that brings day and night, warmth and coolness, in a rhythm that's been steady for billions of years. It's all working right now on your behalf. So you can lie here in this one small room and simply rest. So here's the picture I want to leave you with tonight. In an enormous, quiet, cosmic garden, A garden of stars and galaxies and slow-turning wheels of light. There is this one small patch, this one island, this one shelter beneath a thin roof of air, Earth. And on that island, in one small room, there is you, one small lamp, one small plant in a well-sheltered corner. You don't need to solve the garden's problems tonight. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to understand everything or hold it all in your mind. You just need this bed, this air, this one quiet patch of ground that is already good enough, more than good enough, for you to rest in. The garden is looking after itself. The oceans are trading warmth. The air is wrapping around you. The ground is holding you steady. The stars are keeping their calm, patient watch overhead. And you're allowed to rest. This is enough for tonight. You are enough. This room, this breath, this one small corner of the garden, it's all enough. Just rest here, small, held, looked after. The night is quiet. The garden is wide. And you are exactly where you need to be. So here we are again. This room, this window, this patch of sky overhead. One particular night, the one you're lying in right now, with the pillow under your head and the darkness soft around you. And I want to suggest something gently. This night is one page in a very long book, one frame in a very slow film, made of countless nights before this one, and countless nights still to come. All of them under the same broad pattern of stars and galaxies, all of them part of the same quiet story. You don't have to read the whole book tonight. You don't have to watch the whole film. You're just here on this one page, in this one frame. And that's enough. If you wanted to think about the universe's whole story, from its very beginning onward, you could picture it as one very long day, a distant morning, billions of years ago, when the first light appeared and the first stars began to shine. A broad afternoon when galaxies formed and settled into their slow turns, when planets cooled, when life began in quiet corners, and somewhere far ahead, a long evening when things will grow quieter still, fewer new stars, softer lights, a slow dimming, like a city turning off its lamps late at night. We're somewhere in the late afternoon of that day, maybe early evening. The light is still steady, the stars are still shining. There's plenty of time left before the sky grows truly dim. And right now, as you lie there, you're resting in one small moment of that long, patient afternoon. Not at the beginning, not at the end, just here, in the comfortable middle, where things are stable and calm. Think about those stars again, the porch lights we talked about earlier, scattered along our stellar street. Each one is a lamp that turns on slowly and turns off slowly. They don't flicker, they don't burn out overnight. They shine for times so long that all of human history, every story we've ever told, every city we've ever built, looks like a single blink in comparison. Some stars shine steadily for tens of billions of years, hundreds of billions even, patient beyond imagining. Like roommates in this cosmic house of time, they never rush, never hurry, never ask you to keep up. They're just there, glowing, waiting, keeping their slow, steady watch, while everything smaller and faster, days, seasons, lifetimes, comes and goes beneath them. And our sun, the lamp right outside our door, it's in the long, steady middle of its life, not just beginning, not anywhere near the end. It has a huge amount of quiet shining ahead of it, billions of years of mornings, afternoons, and evenings, all stretching into a future so distant it's hard to even picture. The same star that lit today, that warmed your skin this afternoon, that's resting now below your horizon. It's not in any hurry to become anything else. It's just doing what it does, burning steadily, patiently, the way it's been doing since long before there were people to notice it. And it will keep doing that tomorrow, next year, for lifetimes and lifetimes beyond that. A long, calm middle, with no rush to change. Now, if you look far enough ahead, so far it stops feeling personal, stops feeling urgent. There will come a time when fewer new stars are born, when the universe moves slowly into a long twilight. Think of it like a campfire, late at night. At some point you stop adding new logs, but the embers keep glowing, softly, steadily, for a long time after. The fire doesn't go out all at once. It just settles, dims, becomes quieter. Or think of a city, very late at night, when the streetlights start turning off, one by one. Not all at once, not in a panic, just gradually. The glow softening, the darkness deepening. The last few lights staying on a little longer, keeping watch, until they too decide it's time to rest. That's the universe's evening. A long, slow dimming, cozy in its way, gradual, patient, nothing sudden, nothing harsh, just a gentle settling into quiet. So where does your life fit into this long day? If the universe's whole story were 24 hours, from its first bright morning to its far-off evening, a human life would be a tiny moment near the end of the afternoon. A flicker, a breath, a soft little stretch of time near dusk, when the light is still warm, but the shadows are starting to lengthen. And here's what I want you to notice. You're not responsible for the whole day. You didn't have to be there for the morning. You don't have to carry the evening. You're only here for this one small moment, your moment. And that's all you were ever asked to hold. The rest of the day, the billions of years before you, the billions after, they can look after themselves. They always have. They always will. The universe's timescales are so large and its motions so slow that nothing out there is in a hurry tonight. The stars aren't rushing. The galaxies aren't rushing. The sun isn't rushing. Even the long, slow evening ahead, if you can even call it that, is taking its time. Billions of years, trillions maybe. So much time that it stops meaning anything personal. And because of that, because it's all so big, so patient, so unhurried, you don't have to be responsible for any of it. All that long future can take care of itself. Tonight, you're only responsible for this room, this bed, this breath, this one small, soft stretch of time that belongs to you. Let the universe be big. Let time be long. Let the stars keep their patient watch. And you can be small. You can rest. You can let it all drift past you, slow and steady, like a river you don't have to swim in. So let's come back down one more time, all the way back. From the universe's long day, it's morning, it's afternoon, it's far off evening, back to this particular night, this ceiling, this bed, this body, lying quietly under a blanket, with the darkness soft around you. Tonight, under this one sky, you are just one small lamp, resting in the quiet of a very long, patient day. You don't need to hold the whole story in your mind. You don't need to understand every chapter, or see every page, or worry about how it ends. You're just here, in this one gentle moment, and that's enough. The book is long, the day is long, the stars are patient, and you're allowed to rest. Just this breath, just this pillow, just this one small corner of a very wide, very calm night. That's all you need to carry, the rest will keep. Close your eyes if you like. Let your ears carry you and drift. So here we are. The day is done, whatever it held, however it went. And now the lights are low, or maybe off completely. You're lying down. Maybe you've already pulled the covers up, or maybe they're still folded at your feet. Your headphones are in, or the speakers playing softly nearby. And for the next little while, it's just you and me here, under this one particular night. I don't know exactly where you are, what city, what room, what part of the world, but I know it's nighttime for you, and that's enough. This one night, the same one I'm thinking about as I talk to you now, we're going to spend a little time together, gently looking up and out, and noticing a few quiet things about the sky above and the ground below. There's nothing you have to do, just some things to notice, if you'd like. Let's start close. Right where you are, there's a pillow under your head. You can feel its weight pressing back, shaped gently around you. Your shoulders are resting on the mattress or the couch, with a soft, steady pressure holding you there. If there's a blanket over, you notice how it follows the outline of your body, your shoulder, your hip, your feet, like it knows where you end and the room begins. And the room itself has its own quiet sounds, doesn't it? Maybe there's a fridge humming a few rooms away, or the soft rush of distant traffic, like a slow river. A clock ticking. A breeze brushing against the window. Or maybe it's so quiet, you can hear almost nothing at all. Just the gentle sound of your own breathing, or the fabric of the pillowcase against your ear. These are the sounds of a room at rest. Nothing sharp, nothing urgent, just the low, familiar hum of a space holding you safely, while the world keeps turning outside. Now let your attention drift toward the window, if there's one you can picture from where you're lying. Maybe it's completely dark outside. Maybe there's a glow from a street lamp, or a neighbour's porch light, or the soft wash of a cloudy sky. If the glass is close enough, you might even see a faint reflection, your own face, or the outline of the room behind you, hovering there, like a second image printed over the dark. You're in the picture too. That's something I'd like you to notice, gently. You, lying there in your room, and the night outside, and both of them held together in the same frame. The glass of the window has a soft boundary between the two. You're not separate from what's out there. You're part of the scene. The night includes you, and what's outside that window depends on where you are, of course. Maybe you're in a city with orange streetlights and a sky that glows pale. You might only see one or two stars, bright ones that manage to push through all that light. Or maybe you're in a suburb where the sky's a little darker. If you look up, you might find a patch of black with a few scattered points. Steady, patient. Or maybe you're somewhere quieter, countryside or coast, or just far from the main roads, and the sky is full, thick with stars. Hundreds, maybe thousands, scattered like sand across black cloth. Wherever you are, whatever you can or can't see, it's still the same night sky above us. The same wide ceiling stretched quietly overhead. The same one above your street, above the next city, above the far edge of the continent, and all the way to where the sun is rising on someone else's morning. One sky. And tonight, you and I are both under it. There's something else happening right now, so steady, so constant. You probably stopped noticing it long ago. The earth is holding you, not trapping you, just holding you. Gently, quietly, with a pull so soft and sure that you don't even have to think about it. It's been there all day, while you walked, sat, moved through whatever the day asked of you. And now, as you lie here, it's still there. Like a steady hand on your shoulder, a quiet tether, so you don't drift away. That pull is gravity, the planet's way of saying, I've got you. It's beneath your back, beneath your head, beneath your feet. A soft, constant hug from below, and it'll keep holding you all night long while you rest. Even if you can't see the stars clearly from where you are, they're still touching you. Look at the walls of your room. If there's any light at all coming through the window, you'll see it, faint, like thin grey milk brushed across the plaster, or like a coat of pale paint that wasn't there earlier today. That's starlight, light from suns so far away that by the time it reaches your room, it's cool and soft and almost ghostly. Each of those points of light, each star you can see or imagine or sense, is a sun. Some are like ours, some are pairs or trios circling each other in slow dances, and some aren't stars at all, but entire galaxies, millions of stars packed so far away they appear as one faint smudge. All that light, crossing all that distance, just to brush the walls of your room tonight. I know you probably brought a lot into bed with you tonight. The weight of the day, whatever shape it took. That's allowed. You don't have to push it away or fix it right now. It can just rest somewhere nearby for a while. Those things are real. They matter. But here's something to notice. They're close. They're low. They're down here with you, in this room, in this little pocket of space where the day is slowly cooling and going quiet. And above you, above all that, is something else, a ceiling of quiet night. The same sky that's been there long before you were born, and will still be there long after tonight ends. These stars aren't in a rush. They don't need anything from you. They're just keeping watch, distant and patient, like soft lights left on in windows across a sleeping neighborhood. Soon, we'll drift a little closer to some of those lights, the nearby ones, stars close enough, well, close in cosmic terms, that we might almost think of them as neighbors, our little corner of the sky. But for now, just this. You're lying here under this one night, and the sky is holding space for you. It's a big sky. And tonight, there's room in it for your tired mind. We'll stay right here for a moment, and let that be enough.
如果有帮助，请关注分享。如果有帮助，请关注分享。
Close your eyes if you like. Let your ears carry you and drift. So here we are. The day is done, whatever it held, however it went. And now the lights are low, or maybe off completely. You're lying down. Maybe you've already pulled the covers up, or maybe they're still folded at your feet. Your headphones are in, or the speakers playing softly nearby. And for the next little while, it's just you and me here, under this one particular night. I don't know exactly where you are, what city, what room, what part of the world. But I know it's nighttime for you, and that's enough. This one night, the same one I'm thinking about as I talk to you now, we're going to spend a little time together, gently looking up and out, and noticing a few quiet things about the sky above and the ground below. There's nothing you have to do, just some things to notice, if you'd like. Let's start close. Right where you are, there's a pillow under your head. You can feel its weight pressing back, shaped gently around you. Your shoulders are resting on the mattress or the couch, with a soft, steady pressure holding you there. If there's a blanket over, you notice how it follows the outline of your body, your shoulder, your hip, your feet, like it knows where you end and the room begins. And the room itself has its own quiet sounds, doesn't it? Maybe there's a fridge humming a few rooms away, or the soft rush of distant traffic, like a slow river. A clock ticking. A breeze brushing against the window. Or maybe it's so quiet you can hear almost nothing at all. Just the gentle sound of your own breathing, or the fabric of the pillowcase against your ear. These are the sounds of a room at rest. Nothing sharp, nothing urgent, just the low, familiar hum of a space holding you safely, while the world keeps turning outside. Now let your attention drift toward the window, if there's one you can picture from where you're lying. Maybe it's completely dark outside. Maybe there's a glow from a street lamp, or a neighbor's porch light, or the soft wash of a cloudy sky. If the glass is close enough, you might even see a faint reflection, your own face, or the outline of the room behind you, hovering there, like a second image printed over the dark. You're in the picture too. That's something I'd like you to notice gently. You lying there in your room, and the night outside, and both of them held together in the same frame. The glass of the window has a soft boundary between the two. You're not separate from what's out there. You're part of the scene. The night includes you, and what's outside that window depends on where you are, of course. Maybe you're in a city with orange streetlights and a sky that glows pale. You might only see one or two stars, bright ones that manage to push through all that light. Or maybe you're in a suburb where the sky's a little darker. If you look up, you might find a patch of black with a few scattered points. Steady, patient. Or maybe you're somewhere quieter, countryside or coast, or just far from the main roads, and the sky is full, thick with stars. Hundreds, maybe thousands, scattered like sand across black cloth. Wherever you are, whatever you can or can't see, it's still the same night sky above us, the same wide ceiling stretched quietly overhead, The same one above your street, above the next city, above the far edge of the continent, and all the way to where the sun is rising on someone else's morning. One sky. And tonight, you and I are both under it. There's something else happening right now, so steady, so constant, you probably stopped noticing it long ago. The earth is holding you, not trapping you, just holding you. Gently, quietly, with a pull so soft and sure that you don't even have to think about it. It's been there all day, while you walked, sat, moved through whatever the day asked of you. And now, as you lie here, it's still there, like a steady hand on your shoulder, a quiet tether, so you don't drift away. That pull is gravity, the planet's way of saying, I've got you. It's beneath your back, beneath your head, beneath your feet. A soft, constant hug from below, and it'll keep holding you all night long while you rest. Even if you can't see the stars clearly from where you are, they're still touching you. Look at the walls of your room. If there's any light at all coming through the window, you'll see it, faint, like thin grey milk brushed across the plaster, or like a coat of pale paint that wasn't there earlier today. That's starlight, light from suns so far away that by the time it reaches your room, it's cool and soft and almost ghostly. Each of those points of light, each star you can see or imagine or sense, is a sun. Some are like ours, some are pairs or trios, circling each other in slow dances, and some aren't stars at all, but entire galaxies, millions of stars, packed so far away they appear as one faint smudge. All that light, crossing all that distance, just to brush the walls of your room tonight. I know you probably brought a lot into bed with you tonight, the weight of the day, whatever shape it took. That's allowed. You don't have to push it away or fix it right now. It can just rest somewhere nearby for a while. Those things are real. They matter. But here's something to notice. They're close. They're low. They're down here with you, in this room, in this little pocket of space where the day is slowly cooling and going quiet. And above you, above all that, is something else, a ceiling of quiet night. The same sky that's been there long before you were born, and will still be there long after tonight ends. These stars aren't in a rush. They don't need anything from you. They're just keeping watch, distant and patient, like soft lights left on in windows across a sleeping neighborhood. Soon, we'll drift a little closer to some of those lights, the nearby ones, stars close enough, well, close in cosmic terms, that we might almost think of them as neighbors, our little corner of the sky. But for now, just this. You're lying here under this one night, and the sky is holding space for you. It's a big sky. And tonight, there's room in it for your tired mind. We'll stay right here for a moment, and let that be enough. So we have this ceiling, this quiet canopy of stars stretched out above you, wherever you are. Let's narrow our view a little. Not because the whole sky isn't beautiful, but because sometimes it helps to pick just one thing and stay with it for a while. Imagine choosing one point of light up there. Maybe you can see it through your window right now. One steady dot among the rest. Or maybe the sky is cloudy tonight, or glowing too brightly from the city, and you have to picture it instead. Either way is fine. Just one point. One small, patient light in the dark. That's all we need for now. One star. Here's the thing about that point of light you're looking at, or imagining. It's not just a decoration, not a hole poked through black paper, not a painted sparkle on a ceiling. It's a sun. Every one of those points, every star you can see with the naked eye on a clear night, is a sun like ours. Some smaller and cooler, some larger and hotter, but all of them are doing the same basic work, burning through their fuel, pouring out light and warmth into the space around them. Steady and patient. Think of them like porch lights along a very quiet street. Each house far from the next, but at night you can see their lights glowing in the distance. Yellow, white, sometimes a little blue or orange. They're not shouting, they're just on, keeping watch, marking their place in the dark. That's what the stars are. Porch lights, scattered along a road so long it's easier to picture than to measure. Now, one of those porch lights is ours. You already know it, of course. You've been living under its glow your whole life. The sun. Right now, it's resting somewhere below your horizon. It lit your morning, warmed your afternoon, and then quietly rolled out of view as the earth turned you toward night. But if you could dim it down, if you could somehow lift it out of the daytime sky and hang it among the stars, it would look just like another bright point, maybe one of the brighter ones, but still just a dot. Steady, patient, one more lamp in the larger pattern. It's easy to think of the sun as something separate, something special, and in some ways it is. It's our star, after all. But out here, in the night sky, it's really just one more light on the street, our nearest neighbor, the lamp right outside our door. And here's what I find quietly comforting about that. The sun isn't the center of everything. It never was. It's one ordinary star in a crowded city of stars, a medium-sized lamp burning at a medium temperature in a medium quiet part of the neighborhood. Nothing extreme, nothing unusual, just steady, reliable, doing its work. The same star that warmed your skin this afternoon, that grew the food on your plate, that pulled water into clouds and let it fall as rain. It's just one more dot of light when you zoom out far enough. And somehow that makes it easier to rest, doesn't it? To know the world you live on, the ground holding you right now, is tucked inside a larger, calmer pattern. You're not at the center of a stage. You're just in one room of a very big, very quiet house. So let's think about that street for a moment, our little corner of the neighborhood. The sun isn't alone out here. It has neighbors, other stars scattered at different distances. Some are closer, some a little farther. If you picture space as a long dark road at night, these stars are like houses spaced out along it, far enough apart that you'd never confuse one for the next, but close enough that, if you looked out your window, you'd see their lights glowing faintly in the distance. This is what we might call our local stellar street. A small stretch of space, like a long, quiet road at night, where a handful of stars keep quiet company with each other. Not crowded, not lonely. Just spaced out in a way that feels tidy, peaceful. You live here, on one small planet, circling one ordinary star, in this one small stretch of a much larger city. And the space between those porch lights? The dark stretches between one star and the next. That space is vast, enormous really. It's a gentle kind of spaciousness, like a very big, very quiet room at night. It's just space. Calm, tidy, empty in the way a quiet room is empty at night. Present, but not pressing. The stars are far enough apart that they never bump into each other. They don't crowd. They keep a respectful distance, like neighbors who wave from their porches but don't need to shout across the yard. And in all that spaciousness, there's a kind of order, a kind of stillness. The houses stand where they stand. The lights glow where they glow. And the dark between them is just the dark, wide, soft, patient. Nothing here is in a hurry. So here you are, lying in your room, under your blanket, with your head on your pillow. And here's what I want you to picture, just for a moment. You're living in one house on this stellar street, one small, warm house, your planet, circling your star, and all around you, scattered across the quiet dark, are other houses, other suns, other points of light, keeping their own steady watch. You're not at the center of the street. You're not at the end of it either. You're just somewhere in the middle. One house among others, not alone, not crowded, just quietly held in a neighborhood that stretches farther than you can see. And that neighborhood, that street you're on, it's part of something even larger. A city of stars, hundreds of billions of them, stretching in every direction, turning slowly through the dark, like a great, calm wheel. In a little while, we'll take a slow walk, a bit farther out. We'll talk about that city and the shape it makes, and where we fit inside it. But for now, just rest here. One house, one street, one shared night sky, stretched over all of us. The porch lights are on. The neighbors are distant but steady. And the night is wide enough to hold it all. Close your eyes if you like. Let your ears carry you and drift. Let's arrive slowly, as if we've just stepped into a familiar room. The lamp keeps a small circle of light. The window keeps a few patient stars. We're here to settle. The blanket is close. The chair holds you gently. There is no clock ticking, no page demanding to be turned before you're ready. Just the quiet sound of a house at rest, and the two of us, side by side, in the low and golden light. This room has been here all along, waiting the way good rooms wait, without insistence, without hurry. You don't have to do anything with it tonight. Only be in it for a little while. and let the evening hold you exactly where you are. The lamp stays on. The stars stay patient. And we begin, slowly, together, at our own pace. Tonight's idea is simple enough to hold in one hand. Space itself can stretch. Not objects running through space, but the space between them quietly making room. We don't need the whole blueprint yet, just the gentle outline. Think of it this way. The distance between 2 points can grow without either point moving. The hallway gets longer without the walls rushing outward. The page gets wider without the edges pulling themselves apart. In this story, it's space itself that changes. The distance grows even when nothing moves in the usual sense. Physicists gave this idea a name: inflation. A very brief period of rapid stretching, long before the first star was lit, long before anything we'd recognize as home existed. We don't need to hold every detail of that right now. Just the outline, just the shape of the idea, like a quiet bookmark you can slip between pages. Imagine standing still in a hallway, book in hand, feet not moving at all. Now imagine the hallway lengthening anyway, distance appearing where distance already was. That's the kind of motion we're talking about. The room changing, not the walker. You feel the floor beneath your feet. It's solid, steady, calm. The book's weight is familiar in your hand, and yet, without a single step, the far end of the hallway drifts gently away from you. Quietly, patiently, the way a house might grow in a dream, naturally, without effort, without anyone noticing until morning. The walls don't crack or strain. The light doesn't flicker. Only the distance between you and the far door, softly, slowly, becomes a little more than it was. That is the kind of stretching inflation describes. Only a gentle widening of the world, carried out by space itself. There's a book on the table, and one page holds a small crease. If that crease was slowly smoothed outward, it could become a faint texture across the whole page. Tonight we'll follow that quiet transformation, tiny becoming vast. Hold the book in your mind for a moment. Feel the weight of it. Old pages, a worn spine, the kind of book that has been loved. And on one page, there it is, a crease. Barely visible, really, a soft fold in the paper, the kind you'd only notice if you held it up to the lamplight. Now imagine that crease spreading, not disappearing, but stretching across the page, becoming a texture you can feel with your fingertip. Faint, but present in every corner. That is the shape of what we'll explore tonight. Something small, carried outward into something vast. A whisper becoming the character of the whole. We'll return to it. Let it rest, for now, exactly where it is. Inflation was proposed to soften 3 puzzles: an even warmth, a level geometry, and missing early clutter. Think, rooms sharing the same temperature, a floor that feels level, and shelves without certain heavy remnants. We'll only preview them now, like reading the chapter titles by lamplight. These aren't grand mysteries. They are quiet wonders, domestic almost, the kind you notice when you pay gentle attention to a house you've lived in for a long time. Why does every room feel the same warmth? Why does the floor seem so straight for so long? Why are certain shelves so empty when theory says they should be full? Each one has a gentle answer, and inflation offers a way to hold all three at once, like a single idea that tidies several rooms. We won't walk through them yet. Only notice them the way you'd notice chapter titles as you flip through a book before bed. Then we'll close the cover softly and begin. We'll walk through 6 rooms tonight, one at a time, with the book always in reach. First the puzzles, then the mechanism, then the evidence, and finally a return to the room. Nothing dramatic, just a careful page turning. The first room shows us the 3 puzzles: evenness, geometry, and housekeeping. Each one gentle, each one holding its own small wonder. The second room goes deeper, how space itself stretched, and what that stretching means for us, for the house, for the hallway we've been imagining. The third room lets us look at each puzzle more closely, with a little more care, a little more light. The fourth room is where the story becomes quietly beautiful, where tiny ripples become the foundations of everything. The fifth room holds what we know, what we don't, and the open doors we're still waiting to walk through. And the sixth room is this one, where we return, where the lamp stays on, where the book rests closed. No rush between them. We move as slowly as we like. This story will speak softly. It will keep its metaphors simple and put every big scale back into the room. If anything grows too large, we'll bring it back to the lamp. That's a promise we'll keep through every room we visit tonight. The universe is vast, incomprehensibly so at times. But we'll keep that vastness light enough to hold as wonder. When the numbers get large, we'll set them down gently. When the ideas stretch wide, we'll fold them back into something you can hold. And when the questions open up, the ones we can't answer, the ones science is still carefully turning over, we'll let them rest in the margins, like notes a thoughtful reader left in pencil, light enough to set aside. You and I are here, in this room, with the lamp and the book and the window full of patient stars. That's all we need. For now, let the crease rest exactly where it is. We can leave it there for now, and begin, gently. The page doesn't need to be turned yet. The book can stay open to this one quiet spot, this small fold, this barely there texture, for as long as you like. There's no timer here, no clock counting down the moments before the story moves forward. Only the lamp, keeping its steady light, and the two of us, settling into the pace of the evening. When you're ready, when the room feels settled, we'll take the next step together. The crease stays where it is. The hallway stays quiet. And the first room of the story waits, with its door gently open, for whenever you'd like to walk through. We can leave it there for now. Stand with me in the hallway again, still, unhurried. The walls don't move, but the space between them begins to widen, almost politely. You haven't taken a step, and yet the far door feels a little farther away. If you like, notice the floor beneath your feet, unchanged, familiar. The wood's texture and the still air stay steady. And yet the distance itself has grown, gently. Inflation is that brief making room, space expanding, then growing quiet again. The house doesn't race, it simply becomes larger, as if the blueprint were unfolding. Afterward, the new rooms remain, calm, spacious, still. Imagine the blueprint spread across the table, and someone drawing in more hallway, more space where space already was. And then it stops, leaving the added distance resting there, like a page eased flat. When we look outward, we find a faint glow, spread almost evenly across the sky. Its temperature is nearly the same everywhere, as if every room shared one steady warmth. Without inflation, this would be a puzzle. Distant regions would have been separated before they had time to share their warmth. Inflation offers a quiet way through. Once, those regions were close, with doors effectively open, and warmth had time to settle. Then the hallway lengthened, carrying that evenness outward, like a memory written into light. Let's pause and feel the room again. Lamp, blanket, the stillness of the air. Big ideas can wait outside the door for a moment. We keep the book open, but we don't rush the page. There is a kindness in letting the thoughts settle, the way a house settles after a door has been opened, quietly finding its balance. We can stay here a moment and continue only when the room feels ready. Measurements suggest space appears remarkably level, like a long hallway floor. We don't claim perfection, only a strong tendency toward levelness within what we can measure. Inflation would make gentle curvature hard to notice, stretched so thin it fades from our instruments. So we keep the word remarkably, not perfectly, and let that careful modesty be part of the story. The floor feels level beneath the mind's footstep, and for tonight, that is enough. Some theories suggest rare heavy relics should have been made early on. Magnetic monopoles in certain high-energy pictures. If they were made, they should still be here, like stubborn objects left on the shelves. But we don't see them, or we see so few we've never confirmed one. Inflation offers a tidy possibility. The stretching thinned them out, spreading them across such an enormous house that finding one becomes extraordinarily unlikely. And we keep the boundary clear. The underlying theories are still being explored, so we hold this lightly. So, the even warmth, the level floor, the missing clutter. 3 puzzles held gently in the margins. They arrive together like 3 quiet questions that sit naturally side by side. We won't turn them into a chase tonight. We'll simply let them point, together, toward one patient gesture. A brief stretching of space itself, early on, before the house was fully furnished with stars. We don't have to carry the puzzles any farther tonight. Let's return to the crease in the page and let the hallway go quiet again. The lamp keeps its circle of light, and the book stays open without asking anything of you. The puzzles can rest where you left them, steady as books on a shelf. And we can rest too, with the room calm around us. The horizon problem is the puzzle of the even glow. Distant regions look as if they share the same settled warmth. So we ask, how could that calm agreement have formed? It's a gentle question, the kind you ask while turning a page, not the kind that lingers restlessly. When we look at the cosmic microwave background, that faint, ancient light, the oldest glow in the cosmos, we find it holds the same temperature everywhere we look. Every direction, every corner of the sky, the same quiet warmth, as consistent as the air in a room where the doors have been open for a long time. And the question is, how? How did such distant places that, without inflation, would have been too far apart to ever share their warmth, manage to settle into such calm agreement? It's a puzzle shaped like a question mark. Soft, curious, patient. We'll turn the page gently and see what inflation suggests. Without inflation, those regions would have been too far apart to share even the smallest exchange, like rooms separated before any air had time to mix. The puzzle is gentle, sameness across distance. Think of two rooms on opposite ends of a very long house. Rooms that have never had a door opened between them, never had their air allowed to mingle, never had any chance to reach the same temperature. Each room would have its own warmth, its own small climate. One might be cool, the other warm. There would be no reason for them to agree. And yet, when we look at the sky, those distant regions do agree. They share the same settled warmth, as if they had once been neighbours, once been close enough to share the same air. That's the puzzle inflation was partly built to answer, not with force or drama, but with a simple observation. Once they were close. Once, before the stretching, the rooms were near each other, and the warmth had time to spread. Inflation suggests they were once close enough to settle into one temperature. Then the hallway lengthened, carrying that evenness outward. A memory of closeness written into the warmth itself. Before the stretching, the universe was small, compact, the way a house feels when you first arrive at it, before you've walked all the hallways, before you know how many rooms it holds. In that compact space, everything was near. The air could mingle, the warmth could spread, the way warmth spreads in any small, still room, if you give it time. And then inflation began, and the space between those regions stretched, quietly, rapidly, carrying the evenness with it like a pattern pressed into the page. Not destroying the warmth, not disrupting the agreement, only carrying it outward, across distances that grew and grew, until the regions that once shared the same room were separated by the full width of the observable sky. The warmth remained the same, a memory of closeness, carried in the light itself. The flatness problem is the puzzle of a level floor. Space appears remarkably level to our instruments, within measurement limits. We don't claim perfection, only a strong tendency toward levelness. Walk through the hallway in your mind again, and pay attention to the floor this time. It's level, steady beneath your feet. No curve upward, no dip downward, only a calm, straight surface, stretching as far as you can see in either direction. Now, the universe could have been curved, like the surface of a ball or a saddle, or any number of shapes that mathematics allows. Geometry is a quiet language with many possible sentences. But when we measure, when we use our best instruments to ask what shape space takes, we find it says something remarkably simple: level. We hold that word with care because no measurement is perfect, but remarkably, strikingly, in a way that inflation, with its stretching, can explain. The floor is level, and that is a puzzle worth sitting with. Imagine a hallway so long that gentle bends fade from view. Inflation would stretch space so much that small curvature becomes hard to notice. What remains is remarkably level, a careful, modest phrase. If the universe were curved, gently, subtly, you might never know. Not if the stretching had smoothed that curve across such a long hallway that no instrument could detect it. From where you stand, the floor simply looks level. Inflation does something similar to the geometry of space. It stretches any curvature so thin, so far, that what remains looks level to everything we have. And so we say, carefully, space appears remarkably level. That word, chosen with care, is honest enough to hold for tonight. The monopole problem is the puzzle of missing heavy leftovers. Some high-energy theories suggest they should exist. Inflation would thin them out. And here we mark the boundary. The underlying theories are still being explored. Certain theories, grand ones, ambitious ones, the kind that try to describe how the fundamental forces of nature were once united, suggest that in the very earliest moments of the universe, heavy particles called magnetic monopoles should have formed. Like stubborn pieces of cosmic clutter, stable and difficult to remove. If they were made, they should still be here. We should find them, occasionally, scattered through the cosmos, like old objects left on forgotten shelves. But we don't. We've looked carefully, and they're absent, or so rare that we've never once detected one. Inflation's answer is simple and tidy. The stretching thinned them out, spread them so thin across the vastness that finding one would take longer than the age of the universe. A gentle housekeeping, but we hold it lightly, because the theories behind it are still being refined. Even glow, level floor, missing clutter. 3 reasons the idea was proposed. They're practical, almost domestic questions. Warmth, geometry, housekeeping. And now we turn back to the crease, the part that feels quietly beautiful. Inflation was born from these 3 observations. 3 things about the universe that were difficult to explain without it. Each one pointing gently toward the same idea. Space once stretched, and each one fitting, the way pieces of a puzzle fit when you found the right arrangement. Not forced, not strained, but settling into place with a quiet click. Warmth shared across the sky, a floor that feels level, shelves cleared of certain ancient debris. 3 domestic questions answered by 1 patient gesture. And now, having looked at each puzzle, having felt its shape, having understood why it matters, we can turn the page. Because the most beautiful part of the story is what the puzzles lead us toward. the crease in the page, the tiny whisper that became the texture of everything. We'll find it in the next room. Let it rest right here in the quiet. We'll return to the crease in the page when you're ready. For now, the room can stay warm. The 3 puzzles have been gently opened, each one turned in the lamplight, each one held without strain. Even glow, level floor, missing clutter. They sit on the shelf now, where ideas rest when they've been properly attended to. And the next room, the one with the crease, the one where tiny becomes vast, waits, with its door open, whenever you're ready to step through. But not yet, if you're not ready. The room stays warm, the lamp stays on, the blanket holds its quiet weight. Let the ideas settle, the way they settle when they've been given enough space and enough time and enough gentle attention. Let it rest right here in the quiet. The book stays open, the page stays turned. Before inflation, space wasn't perfectly smooth. It held tiny variations. Think wood grain under lamplight, or a page whose texture you can feel with a fingertip. Small enough to seem like a whisper. This is where the story becomes quietly beautiful, where the smallest things in the cosmos begin to matter. In the earliest moments, before the stretching began, space was not perfectly still, not perfectly smooth. At the very smallest scales, scales so tiny they are difficult to imagine, there were variations, tiny differences in density, in energy, in the way the space between things was organized. Quantum mechanics, the science of the very small, tells us these variations were inevitable. They had to be there, the way texture has to be in wood, the way no page in any book is perfectly, uniformly smooth. Hold your hand close to the wood of the table, if there is one. Feel the grain, the subtle ridges, the quiet character. That is the scale we're talking about. Whisper small. And yet, those whispers had somewhere to go. When space stretches, those tiny variations stretch with it. Like a crease smoothed wider, still gentle, just spread. Scale changes, even if the whisper stays a whisper. Imagine the crease again, the one in the page of the book. It's there, barely visible. A soft fold you'd only notice in the right light. Now imagine the page itself growing, not the crease disappearing, but the page stretching outward, carrying the crease with it, spreading it across a wider and wider area. The crease doesn't become a different thing. It becomes a larger version of itself, still subtle, still gentle, but now present across the whole page, where before it was only in one small corner. That is what inflation did to those tiny quantum variations. It carried them outward, across distances they could never have reached on their own. Small became medium, medium became large, and eventually, patient, quiet, unhurried, those whispers became the foundations on which galaxies would one day grow. The whisper stayed a whisper, but the page grew vast. We can't open the earliest door to watch this happen directly, but we can look for what it leaves behind, traces carried into later rooms, inference not spectacle. There is a door in this house that stays closed. A door in the earliest room, the one from which everything else unfolds. We can't open it. We can't peer through and watch the tiny variations form. Can't see them stretching. Can't witness the moment when the whispers begin their long, patient journey toward becoming something vast. That door stays beyond the reach of our instruments, our telescopes, our best and most careful observations. But here is what we can do. We can look at what that room left behind when the door closed. We can examine the traces, the echoes, the faint marks that were carried outward into later rooms, into light, into patterns, into numbers we can measure. Inference, not spectacle. That is how we read this story, and it turns out to be enough. The CMB is a faint imprint, an early texture we can still read, like wallpaper that remembers how the walls were first set. Tiny variations spread across the sky, soft but real. The cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe, the first light that ever traveled freely, carries a pattern, a texture, a kind of wallpaper, if you like, pressed into the walls of the cosmic home during its earliest moments. When we map this pattern, when we point our most sensitive instruments at the sky and listen carefully to the faintest differences in temperature, we find it warmer here, cooler there, by amounts so small they are almost impossible to detect. About 1 part in 100,000, almost nothing, almost exactly even, but not quite. And that not quite, that faint, barely there texture is a record, a memory written in light, carried across billions of years, waiting quietly on the walls for someone to notice it. We noticed it, and it told us something. We see that pattern from one place only, our view from a single window in the house. That limitation matters. It's part of the honesty of the measurement. One window can still show a great deal if we look gently. Physicists call this limitation cosmic variance, a gentle word for a simple truth. We only have one sky to look at, one universe, one set of observations gathered from one particular place in the cosmos at one particular time. We can't walk around to the other side and check. We can't compare our sky with another universe's sky. We have one window, and we look through it as carefully as we can. That doesn't diminish what we see. A single window, looked through with patience and precision, can show a great deal. The texture of the walls, the character of the light, the subtle patterns that tell a story of how the house was made. One window, one sky, one careful look. And it's enough to hold something true. There's a number called the spectral index, describing how ripples vary by scale. The measured value is about 0.965, nearly even, but not quite. Say it once, then let the meaning do the work. It's a number close to 1, a number that tells us something precise about how the texture of the cosmos is distributed across different scales, from the size of a galaxy to the width of the observable sky. The ripples, those tiny variations carried outward by inflation, are slightly stronger on larger scales than on smaller ones. Not dramatically, not in a way you'd notice at a glance, but enough to measure, enough to matter. Nearly even, but not quite. A nearly but not quite that carries weight, that points toward a specific kind of process, a specific kind of early history. We say the number once, and then we let it rest. We don't repeat it, we don't dwell on it, only hold it gently, like a small note tucked between pages, light but meaningful, staying right where it belongs. That nearly but not quite texture fits inflation well. Not proof, more like handwriting that matches a familiar hand. A small steadiness in the ink. When you recognize someone's handwriting, not because you've been told it's theirs, but because the way the letters fall, the way the ink settles on the page, the subtle lean and pressure of each stroke feels familiar. That's the kind of recognition we're talking about. We're talking about a quiet, confident sense that these patterns, these textures, this nearly but not quite evenness, arose from the kind of stretching inflation describes. The number fits, the texture matches, the signature, faint as it is, points in a direction we recognize. Scientists will keep looking, keep measuring, keep refining, keep holding the data up to better and better light. The handwriting may become clearer with time, but for tonight we can rest with this. A texture, a pattern, a small steadiness in the ink that feels quietly like something true. For now, we can rest with that. A texture, a pattern, a gentle signature. We can leave it there for now, like closing the book and letting the lamp stay low. And we can pause for a moment. The breath continues on its own, slow, ordinary, enough. The page is still there under your hand, or under the lamplight, or simply in the quiet space of your mind where ideas rest when they've been properly held. The crease has spread. The whispers have become something larger. The texture is there, on the walls, in the light, in the faint warmth of the sky. And now we rest with it, not finishing, not resolving, only pausing, the way you pause between chapters, or between breaths, or between one thought and the next. The book stays open, the lamp stays low. We can leave it there for now, and when we're ready, gently, without hurry, we'll step into the next room where the story continues, quietly, a little further along. There's another possible signature we haven't seen yet. B modes would be like a watermark on the page, faint, delicate, easy to miss, a pattern you might only glimpse in the right light. Hold a page up to the lamplight, not just reading it, but looking through it, holding it at an angle, letting the light pass through the paper itself. Sometimes, in old books, you can see a watermark, a faint shape pressed into the paper during its making, visible only when the light falls just right. That is what B modes would be, if we could find them. A faint, swirling pattern in the polarization of the oldest light, a subtle twist that inflation, if it happened at a high enough energy, should have left behind. Not density ripples this time, something different. something shaped by gravitational waves, ripples in the very geometry of space, stretching and squeezing the light in ways that leave a specific, delicate signature, a watermark in the cosmic page. We haven't found it yet, but we're looking carefully in the right light. So far, we haven't found that watermark. What we have are careful limits, an upper bound, not a headline. This page stays open, waiting for quieter measurements. The absence of a finding is something worth understanding. It's a space that remains open, waiting, patient, the way a page waits to be filled by someone with the right instrument, the right moment, the right quality of attention. What we have, for now, is a ceiling, an upper limit. Scientists have measured carefully and said, if B modes exist, they must be fainter than this. That boundary is useful. It narrows the space of possibilities. It tells us something, even in its quietness. The page stays open, not blank, not finished, but waiting. The way a good book waits for the reader to return, without judgment, without impatience. We'll come back to this page someday, with better instruments, better light, more patience. For now it rests, open and unhurried. After stretching ends, the story needs a warm bridge. Reheating is the idea that energy becomes particles and heat, the ingredients of everything later, like a hearth lit softly in a new house. Imagine the house after inflation, vast, spacious, calm. The rooms are stretched wide, the hallways are long, and everything is quiet. But it's spare, wide and quiet, and waiting to be filled with warmth. Something had to happen next. Something had to fill the rooms with warmth. And what physicists propose is this. The energy of inflation, the very force that drove the stretching, didn't simply vanish. It transformed. It became particles, heat, light, the building blocks of matter, the ingredients of stars and galaxies, and the warm glow we see when we look at the sky. Like lighting a hearth for the first time in a new house, filling the cold rooms with warmth, filling the empty space with life. That transition is what physicists call reheating. We know something like this must have happened. But the detailed recipe, how exactly, remains active, careful work. A note still being written in the margins. Without reheating, without some process that turned inflation's energy into matter and light, we wouldn't have stars. We wouldn't have galaxies or planets, or the faint glow of the cosmic microwave background, or any of the warmth we observe when we look at the sky. We wouldn't be here asking these questions in this quiet room, with this lamp and this book. So something like it must have occurred. The logic is clear, the necessity is gentle but firm. What remains uncertain is the detail, the specific recipe, the exact sequence of steps, the precise mechanism by which energy became matter. That is still being worked out, still being written in equations and simulations and careful theoretical work by scientists who are patient and methodical and doing their best to read a page that is only partially visible. A note in the margins still being filled in, one careful word at a time. There are multiple versions of inflation, with different mechanisms and predictions. The number we mentioned fits the general picture, but doesn't choose a single model. So we keep the options open without forcing a conclusion. Think of a story told in many editions, the same essential tale, but with different illustrations, different annotations in the margins, different small emphases that change the feeling without changing the core. That is what inflation looks like from the inside. Many possible versions, each with its own mechanism, its own way of explaining how and why the stretching began and how it ended. For now, we keep those additions side by side and let future measurements do the choosing. For now, we keep those additions side by side and let future measurements do the choosing. The spectral index we mentioned, that nearly but not quite evenness, fits the general shape of the story, but it doesn't point to one particular addition over another. So we hold the options open, the way a reader might hold several books side by side, comparing them gently, without rushing to choose. The right addition may reveal itself in time, with more data, more light. If we open a small frontier window, it should stay quiet. We can say, some signatures remain unmeasured, some details remain under study, and then we close the window gently back to the room. There is a window in this house that looks out onto the edge of what we know, a place where the light gets thinner, where the certainties soften into possibilities, where the questions are still being carefully formed. If you open it, just a crack, just enough to feel the air, you find this. B modes are still being searched for. Reheating is still being understood. The exact nature of the inflaton, the field that may have driven inflation, is still unknown. Multiple models compete, gently, each offering its own version of the story. These are the shape of the frontier, the place where science is still working, still listening, still holding the questions with care. And now we close the window, softly, and turn back to the room. The lamp is still on. The warmth is still here. So we have a picture that explains much and still leaves a few doors closed. That's not a failure. It's the shape of careful knowledge. We can let the open questions rest without chasing them. A picture that works well, that fits the data, that answers 3 puzzles, that leaves a faint and beautiful signature in the sky, is already something remarkable. It doesn't need to be complete to be valuable. It doesn't need every door opened, every question answered, every detail filled in. A book with a few chapters still unwritten is still a good book, still worth reading, still worth holding, still worth sitting with in the lamplight on a quiet evening. That is what inflation offers us tonight. A story that explains much, that fits what we observe, and that leaves room for more to be discovered. The open questions are there, gently, patiently, in the margins. They don't demand answers tonight. We can let them rest. We can let them be, quietly, part of the story without needing to finish it. We don't have to solve the open questions tonight. Let's return gently to the room and let the page lie open without asking anything. The frontier window is closed now, softly. The questions are where they belong, in the margins, in the pages still being written, in the quiet space between what we know and what we will know someday. And we are here, in this room, with the lamp and the book and the warmth. Your breathing can stay as it is. Let the ideas settle quietly, the way a room settles after the light has been lowered. The page lies open, not demanding to be read, not insisting on attention, only resting there, the way a good book rests when it's been set down with care. We don't have to carry it any farther tonight. Let's return gently to the room and let the page lie open without asking anything. Inflation helps with the even warmth, the level geometry, and the missing clutter. It offers a way for tiny variations to become the foundations of structure. And it leaves a faint texture in the sky, plus one small steady number. Let's gather what it's given us, the way you'd gather small warm objects from a shelf before leaving a room for the night, holding them gently, noticing their weight, appreciating what they are, even warmth across the sky. A way to understand why the oldest light shares the same temperature in every direction. A level geometry. A way to understand why space appears remarkably flat, remarkably calm, remarkably straight. Missing clutter. A way to understand why certain particles that should be here are nowhere to be found. Tiny becoming vast. A way to understand how the smallest quantum whispers became the foundations on which galaxies grew. And a faint texture, a gentle number, a signature in the sky. All of it consistent, all of it quietly pointing in one direction. These are the gifts of the idea. Some details remain open. The exact field, the energy scale, the mechanism's specific form. B modes remain unobserved, though carefully bounded. Reheating is necessary, yet still being refined. These are the open doors, the ones we noticed along the way, the ones we marked with a gentle pencil note and moved past, trusting they would wait. The exact nature of the inflaton, the field that may have driven the stretching, is still unknown. The energy scale at which inflation occurred is still being narrowed. The specific mechanism, the precise way it began and ended, is still being worked out. B modes, those swirling watermarks that would tell us more, remain undetected. We have boundaries, careful limits, but the signature itself is still being searched for. And reheating, the warm bridge from cold expansion to a living universe, is necessary, clearly so. But its details are still being written. These open doors are invitations, quiet, patient ones, for future readers of this story, future scientists, future nights like this one. They'll be here when we return. Some ideas suggest inflation may continue elsewhere, as if there are distant rooms we won't enter tonight, beautiful to imagine and still beyond what we can test from here. Other models tell a quieter story of cycles, like a house renewed over long ages, possible, debated, and still weighed against the texture we see in the sky. The CMB can feel like a quiet library shelf, a record that waits without asking, a soft memory you can return to later, when you want to. Tonight it can simply be there. There is a room in this house that holds books, not grand ones, not imposing ones, but quiet ones, the kind with worn spines and pages that have been turned many times by hands that were patient and curious and kind. The cosmic microwave background is like one of those books. It holds a memory, the memory of the universe's earliest light, its first free moment, its first breath after the stretching ended. And it waits. It doesn't insist on being read tonight, or tomorrow, or in any particular order. It's simply there, on the shelf, in the quiet room, holding its memory with the same gentle patience it has always held it, across billions of years, across the whole width of the sky. We can return to it whenever we like. It will be there. Tonight, it can simply be there, and that is enough. We can leave it there for now. The lamp is still here, and we're home. The window still holds its patient stars. We've walked through many rooms tonight, the hallways and the quiet spaces, the shelves and the open doors, the pages and the creases and the faint textures that tell the story of how the universe began to take its shape. We've held the ideas gently. We've set them down when they needed setting down. We've returned to the lamp again and again, the way you return to a warm room after stepping outside. Not because the outside was anything to fear, but because the warmth was always there, waiting. And now we can settle. The lamp is still here. The blanket is still warm. The window still holds its patient stars, steady, unhurried, crossing the night sky at their own quiet pace. We're home. The ideas are where they belong, on the shelf, in the margins, in the pages, gently held. We can leave it there for now. We can close the book softly. We can let the light dim. And your breath can keep its own slow pace. There's no rush to finish. The book closes the way a good book always closes. Not with a sharp sound, but with the quiet settling of one page against another. The gentle pressure of a hand releasing what it has been holding with care. And the light, the lamplight that has been keeping its steady circle all evening, dims slowly, the way light dims when the evening deepens, when the night draws in, when the world outside the window grows quieter and the world inside grows softer. The breath can stay easy, in its own rhythm, the way it's always been. The room is here, the warmth is here, the ideas are resting where you left them, on the shelf, in the margins, in the quiet space between one thought and the next. And you are here too, held and warm and still. It can stay easy. We're home.